Okay, is it 10? Almost 10?
It's
10 enough. Okay, first up, we have House Bill 1028 relative to the form of individual health insurance policies. So is this the short-term one? Did I get the right bill?
individual.
Okay. Does anyone want to speak for this bill? Anyone think this is a good idea? Okay, so just to remind everybody about this one, this is the one that I think Turcotte was the one he introduced. And this one has the idea that we take these short-term policies, which we do have one company that actually does sell this product, and is designing to be like in between, if you were in between jobs or something, and if you just want a quick policy. But it does not have any of the rules of what I would call Senate Bill 711, but obviously we now have Obamacare or Affordable Care Act, whichever you want to call it, which this statute would be in total violation of because it has pre-existing condition requirements. So obviously that's not a good idea, since you can go into the individual market. Is it called the marketplace? What's it called now? Marketplace now. And get a subsidized plan. But obviously if you don't hit the income brackets, I guess you might not get the subsidized, but I'm pretty sure you're not going to want to buy a health insurance plan that is going to make you fill out a medical form that have you tell them everything that's wrong with you, which is a fundamental of a short-term policy. Okay? Yes, Max.
Maybe this is a question for the chair, or maybe it's someone has expertise on the issue. That you have people have a long period of unemployment, and they'll go on to the marketplace, healthcare.gov, and their income is actually so low that they wouldn't be able to get into a subsidized plan, and they get shipped off.
How can that be?
What's that? If your income is too low, you don't get that plan. You get moved over to Medicaid.
No. Oh.
And the problem, or they suggest that you get Medicaid, and then I've had constituents apply for Medicaid and they can't get it for some technicality or reason. So that's why I've thought of short-term plans as maybe like a backup if things really go south and you're just going off a savings.
It is available for that. You could get it, but at the end of the day, the technicality needs to be corrected. I mean, you have to give us a real life story of how Medicaid doesn't cover somebody. I've heard of people not filling out the form correctly, or not giving the pay stubs. But if you have no income, you have no income. I mean, what technicality could you be refused on?
When I've gone door to door doing citizens petitions or campaigning, they'll get. I can't even remember the whole litany of excuses people have been given why they have officially their income is too high because somebody else has income, or they live with other people, or whatever. They can't get Medicaid, and they can't get Obamacare. So the only thing they can get is a short-term plan until they get a permanent job where they're covered at work.
So there's because of household or in a household income?
Could be so it would be going off topic to get into why people, in my opinion, why people are disqualified for Medicaid. But there are thousands and thousands and thousands of people with no income or very low income who cannot get Medicaid.
You guys ever heard of this? Yes, Holly.
Holly Stevens, for the record, Holly Stevens.
Yeah, will you come up here on the mic? Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Holly Stevens, Director of Public Policy at NAMI, New Hampshire. I think the state would be very interested to hear the issues that your constituents have had, because with Granted Advantage, which is the Medicaid expansion program that we have, it's strictly based on income. And if you are below 138% of the federal poverty level, you automatically qualify. They do not look at assets. There's no asset test for it. And it's based on your individual income. So if you've got a son who is 30 living with his parents, the parents' income doesn't count against, so it wouldn't disqualify that person from being able to get Medicaid. So I would highly suggest that you reach out to the department, maybe Henry Lipman, let him know what you're hearing, because that's extremely concerning. If there are thousands and thousands of people who qualify for Medicaid expansion and they're being turned away, then we need to do something at the department level.
I just think it's getting off topic, and for the short-term plans, I just think it's kind of a safety net if they've got nothing else, and they just need something to cover them for a certain time.
Well, that short-term is available for that.
But what
But don't ever think that you want to take it for long-term. Because as soon as you make a claim, they cancel you.
okay. I mean, there's obviously a market for short-term, and it's usually for people who are disabled or out of work or some other issue.
Yeah.
That
Yes,
was
Tyler, you
just
want
my-
to tell us who are the people who buy the short-term?
It occurred to me that the issue that those constituents might have faced would have been before the ACA or before New Hampshire did a Medicaid expansion, because Medicaid was limited years ago to people who were low income, but also had something else, think sort of women, children, that type of thing. But with the expansion, it did away with it, those types of limitations. So I think maybe they're sort of thinking historically there was a problem. They tried to sign up for Medicaid and were unable to. I think it's also important to point out that the legislation doesn't actually change whether or not we're going to have a market for short-term policies. The language was attempted to make them less short-term. But either way, I think vote the bill. You don't need to pass the legislation to continue to have these plans available to people in New Hampshire.
Okay, any other questions? All right, so we have Hunt, Bartlett, Greason, Terry, Burrows, and Ammon. And you're here? Okay. So, does anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
All right, Representative Bartlett?
The motion would be ITL.
Okay. This says exec session. I don't even have them. Okay, I don't have the sheet, so I'm gonna have to, she's gonna, we can use. Yeah, oh, I like these ones better. Okay. Okay, Representative Bartlett. And second? Second, Representative Greason, second? Sure. Okay, so the motion is inexpedient to legislate. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
6-0.
Okay. Okay. Next up, 1162, relative to requiring insurance coverage for vaccinations, devices, medications authorized for emergency use by the United States Food and Drug Administration. 1162. So, do we have any evidence that this is actually occurring at all, or that, well, we only had one time this happen, right?
Mr. Chair, I have this as an interim study 6-0
Okay,
on
so we already
February
did that.
10th.
All right,
Yeah.
great, all right, perfect.
But I don't have who made the motion.
Yeah, I'll get the file.
Okay.
Okay, so we already took care of that one. All right, and that was interim study. 6-0. Okay, moving right along. HB 1245, relative to co-payments for services rendered by chiropractor. So, I think we should just study this issue in a little more. Everybody feel comfortable with study?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, I mean, you and I talked about this, and I think we've talked about it among our caucuses, that we understand that this could be a problem for some people, but that our feeling is that it really is a negotiation between the chiropractors and the insurance companies. Is that the way you see it as well?
Yes, exactly. But, I
and
mean, to me, you actually have to shop your insurance company.
Right, because I mean,
What I found out was when I was talking to the sponsor, that Anthem, it's $40 and Harvard is $30.
and I think one of the
'cause I've always done
difficulties,
Harvard.
I think one of the difficulties we I have identified is that they're being classified as specialists, but that it really isn't up to us to determine if they're a specialist or a PCP.
Right.
Is that the way we see it?
In terms of who is determined what they are, I don't think, I mean, there is a case, actually, now that I think about it, that a chiropractor could be a naturopath. And I'm looking at you now, Tyler. And a naturopath can be a primary, I think if I wrote the statute correctly, I think I said may, so that there could be an insurance company that would treat that chiropractor if that chiropractor was a naturopath and was their primary care physician. They could get away with no copay.
But are we legislating that?
We've already done that.
We already did that. That we made
But that
a
was
chiropractor
that
and
was
na-
one of my rare occasions where I was able to drop in the word may rather than
what a-
shall.
what a memory you've got too, Mr. Chair. So this was legislated that naturopaths may be classified
Made as a primary
as
care.
primary care, and how did that affect chiropractors?
So because some chiropractors are naturopaths.
Okay. Then that should give them more argument with their
Well, I
carriers.
would say the vast majority are not naturopaths, but that is just a little twist to the
Okay.
storyline. But okay,
So
Mr. Chair.
I'm fine with interim study.
yeah, Representative Terry.
I think the continuing discussion at this time is ample evidence that we need to continue to study this. I also think that we owe our constituents, some of whom I have heard from who are in support of this bill, we need to be able to formulate a response to them that they can understand, which I don't think I can do that right now. So I think this begs once again for interim study,
Okay,
and I know we'll do that seriously. Thank you.
all right. All right, so the motion, Representative Bartlett, seconded by Representative Terry, moves interim study. Any discussion on the question? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. So we get-
That was 12:40.
12:45. Okay. Next up, 15, relative insurance coverage for Pandas. Well, as it turns out, the sunset doesn't occur for another 2 years, so there's no particular hurry for us to do this bill. And we're still feeling our way through the claims history, right, Tyler? We're still,
Yeah, that's correct. It does sound like there will be a diagnosis for Pandas, but at the moment,
you might need to come to a mic, I'm sorry.
yes, that's correct. So the claims data are not particularly insightful at the moment because there's not a specific diagnosis code for Pandas, although we understand there is one that is under development and planned to be implemented. So at a future point in time, we would be able to use the claims data to track the Pandas patients much better than we can at the moment.
Great, thank you. Okay. So I'd entertain an expedient motion. Anybody would like to make the motion? What's that? You want to discuss it some more? Sure.
Yeah, I think really all this bill does is take off a sunset clause that the Senate put on after we passed this through our committee last term.
Well, maybe it's more than that. It's going to be 3 years, 3 years
No, all
ago.
this bill does, if you read it, is
Okay.
they had put the sunset clause in to repeal this July 1st of 2024.
Right, so that would have been,
And that's all we're changing here, is just taking the repeal off, so people who are enjoying the coverage will be able to continue to do that. And if we take the sunset clause off, it will remove the requirement for insurance companies to provide the coverage. So that's,
2 years from now.
well, agreed, but we can't, there's been no evidence to suggest that this has increased any premiums or there's been any negative effect to this, so I don't understand why we need to wait.
Well, there was some question whether the law was really necessary, we don't really know if there really was a problem.
Well, I think we were all in agreement there was a problem when we all passed the bill in the first place.
Well, not all of us voted for it.
Okay.
Well, but it did pass, and I
That's
do
true.
think that we've certainly had a tremendous amount of testimony that this
Absolutely.
particular treatment did help a certain population.
I
of
remember there
those.
was some debate about the treatment.
But it left the decision to be made by the person's specialist or medical person, not us, which is appropriate. We shouldn't be making decisions for what treatments should be, doctors should be. So, and I think that we argued over this quite a bit, and it was very clear that in the bill that it wasn't our decision, that it was up to the medical profession to decide what was appropriate. So, you know, my fear on this one is it's going to slip underneath the radar and disappear, and we're going to have a lot of people who are going to be hurt by this when the requirement to provide the coverage goes away.
I can assure you that the sponsor has already committed to putting this bill in again next year. She'll keep putting it in. So it's not going to slip through the cracks. We just want to make sure that if we decide to really repeal the sunset, that we have good evidence that the statute is necessary.
Could we amend the motion to interim study just so that future legislation would be on the record that at least our committee
Sure.
feels that this is a worthwhile discussion to continue.
Okay, Representative Bartlett. Second by Representative Greason. Moves interim study. Yeah. Representative
Oh,
Abramson.
maybe it's more of a parliamentary inquiry. I also agree that maybe not the legislature, but the state needs to do something about this issue because it's important enough to do something about. But if we're going to say we want to put it on the record, I'm wondering if to actually put it on the record like the House Journal, wouldn't that be something where we kind of make a motion on the floor, or someone just says, you know, as a committee, we've agreed that something needs to be done about this, and then just add that to the House Journal? Is that a better?
Well,
way
it
to
would
do
be when we put it in the calendar for why we're keeping its interim study.
Okay.
Would you like to make the motion when we take it up for the full committee, and you can write that blurb?
If you'd like, but I have a feeling
I think you
somebody
write
else is
great
gonna wanna-
blurbs.
Somebody's good. Well, when I said we had a bill on hydroelectric dams, and I just kept writing, "This damn bill is necessary because yada yada yada," and then the House clerk took all that language out, and nobody laughed.
If we
Well-
leave it an interim study, certainly, you know, that allows future legislation to look at the file and consider that we felt that it was worth continuing the discussion.
Want to do something about it.
And,
But
and
I
as
just
Rich,
I have a feeling that somebody else is probably also going to volunteer to write this because it's something that a lot of members of the committee care about.
I'm glad to write it.
I think Representative Bartlett will. And as Rich Lambert points out, I am the only legislator who has to, when he does his financial disclosure, documents that I own a dam. And yes, it's a damn shame that I have to pay $1,200 a year for licensure fee.
You should have seen the article this morning about the Durham Old Mill Dam. It was in the paper.
Okay, all right, so all those in favor of interim studies, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I also have 6-0 ITL on this one.
We already, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I told her to just go ahead and put all the ones that was that day,
Oh,
and I had forgotten that we had actually.
okay.
So my memory's not so perfect sometimes.
That's why we have to write everything down.
Okay, so that's already ITL.
What I don't have is who made the motion.
Yeah, that'll be in the file. Okay, last but not least, 1503. I do have something I want to hand out to everybody.
Of course, this subcommittee is different.
Yes.
You took any kind of business course, you had to read it. Everybody who had to read this, raise your hand. Everybody will.
I just remember every section of the exam was we had to quote the
Chapter and verse.
chapter.
And who wrote this draft?
Chair, is there a page 2 to this?
And you wrote this, Mr. Chair?
No, I did not.
Who wrote this?
There should be a period at the end of the last sentence.
Who wrote this?
This was handed to me by the Bankers Association,
By the New Hampshire Bankers Association.
okay? This is the New Hampshire Bankers Association, hand this to me.
Is there a page 2?
And it goes on, probably says more of the same, maybe, because why don't you just come in and introduce what you were reading here, just so people know what they're.
Nothing better to do on New Year's Eve.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not write this. I just shared it as I thought it might be helpful This was information that was shared from folks at the Uniform Law Commission. So I did not see that obviously it's only got a page 1 there. I can go back and see if there are additional
It
pages.
could be, who knows how many pages there could be, but the key element is the first couple of paragraphs there.
Yes, I just wanted to share that in case it was a helpful resource for you all. I know it's a very dense issue. So
Right.
this was their draft. You can see when they dated it for last year. It's just for why they believe that states should adopt Chapter 12 to the UCC. And I mean, when they wrote this, I'm assuming they intended states to adopt it once it's been finalized, which it isn't yet, although close. So just providing it as a resource, so I can't take credit, but I will try to find additional pages.
Yes.
Yeah,
Representative
thank
Wesson.
you for taking my question. It's not actually a question, it's a statement. I have here the Executive Order 2022-1 from the governor establishing the Commission on Cryptocurrencies and Digital Assets. And the report on this is due out August 8th. So my feeling is that we should just put this aside until we hear from the governor's commission, which sounds like it's going to be a very good group of people who all have knowledge with the subject, and see what he has to suggest.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, so here's the situation, and yes, if you want to
Just a
represent
quick
Fargo.
question, Joyce, when is that going to be released? Well, then interim study will allow us to wait to get that report and come revisit this?
That would be my suggestion. I could support interim study.
Thanks.
Okay, so here's where I stand on this bill. And that is, I've been on this committee enough times to have reviewed and done UCC legislation. The whole point of UCC legislation is that everybody passes it. Every state passes it. That's the point of it. I'd have to be honest and admit that in normal course of events, in normal sequences, I would say, let's wait another year. Let's wait till next year, and that way we know we'll have the official language and everything is, all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. But knowing that, and knowing that we have a timing sequence here in terms of this bill would still need to go to the Senate, and the governor can veto it. If anybody else thinks this is premature and not the right time to pass it. And I'm balancing that off with the fact that I was never overly happy with the fact that we have absolutely no regulatory authority, no guidelines. We got nothing when it comes to blockchain transactions in the state of New Hampshire. What this UCC bill does is creates the guidelines for anybody who is actually harmed by crypto technology. If somebody is harmed by it, they would use this statute, if it were passed, to pursue a lawsuit, trying to get their money back. So if you Democrats, and I'm pointing to you now, think that it's not worth trying to put something in effect right away to protect consumers, protect people, and you would much rather just sit on it for another year, because if we don't do it, that means this won't be in law until a year and 2 months from now. If you think that we should only be commerce and not consumer affairs, and not give the tools to help consumers if they are harmed by this technology. And Lord knows I had nightmares last night thinking about all those little numbers and and I kept waking up thinking that But how does this technology work? It's beyond me. It's very scary. And if I know that we have an opportunity to be the first state to say, it's here, but we want to make sure our constituents have the tools and have the protections to ensure that these transactions are done correctly.
I have another problem with the bill. And that's in the first section, which is about which was part of the original bill, about the exemption for securities, saying that it would not be treated as a security. And it's about the Secretary of State's fee, which is $100 per filing. In Wyoming, it's $1,000 per filing. And I'm wondering why ours is so low and whether or not that's going to be enough to cover the cost of this.
Well, since the Secretary of State is not actually enforcing or doing anything, and all they're doing is being a registered agent, you could say, well, why don't we do it like a nonprofit and only be $50? But $100 is a standard transaction we have for businesses, and all it is that they are recording that it exists. And so therefore, that again, that is a key element of the protection that would not gain you anything other than, in terms of the person who's in the lawsuit, if there is that I was sold a product that was not properly registered. So whether it's $100 or $1,000, we certainly don't want to do $1,000 if we're not going to actually do any enforcement. That would be an unfair use of fees.
So are you saying there won't be any enforcement?
The enforcement, no, that is correct. Excuse me. Yes, that is correct. The enforcement of this legislation is private right of action. That is already been stated. That's already been done by this committee. We are not expecting departments, because remember, this is a commodity. We're not expecting the departments.
Don't we usually ask for enforcement when we make a law? What's the point?
Like I said, is that under our Consumer Protection Act, we have created the private right of action, triple damages. And that can be anything when the consumer has been harmed outside of the 4 exempted agencies.
My feeling still is that this is a dangerous industry. I think it's rife with all kinds of fraudsters, and I personally don't think New Hampshire should be first in the nation to put out the welcome mat.
No, it's not the welcome mat. This is absolutely not the welcome mat at all. This is saying is if you're going to do this activity, there's an expectation that you are going to do it appropriately. And this is the same appropriateness that everyone else in the country is eventually going to pass. Representative McAleer.
The way I read this does not necessarily commit us to anything.
Correct.
This is simply saying that should we decide to proceed, we have the certain regulations in effect. So
The ground rules.
I don't have a problem with this because it is not fine. It's not done. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Representative Ammon, who's the sponsor?
So I was just going to read it into the record some of the sentences in this recommendation. The last sentence of first paragraph, a state should adopt the amendments to facilitate modern commercial transactions involving these technologies and avoid obstacles and lack of clarity under current law inhibiting the transactions or increasing their costs. So the UCC, the Universal Law Commission, is recommending that states adopt this. Now, of course, it's draft, but do we want to be part of the pack and not have an advantage, or do we want to be a step ahead on this technology? This technology is going to change. It's currently changing the world. This is not Beanie Babies. This is the next internet.
I know what it is.
And so trying to paint it with, the brush of criminal activity, every technology is amoral. You can use a knife to cut a steak. You can use a knife to stab someone. You can use a car to get groceries or to get away from a bank robbery. Same with the internet. So trying to paint a technology with morality doesn't work. It's the same thing with nuclear weapons, right? Or nuclear technology. This is a technology, it's earth changing, it's societal changing, and I think New Hampshire does want to be out in front of this. Our industry, our banking industry, our regulatory department will have a head start on every other state by getting up to speed on this change that is coming. So it's a matter of like being forward-looking or being stuck in the past.
Representative Amerson's next.
It's just a point of information. In criminal law, in civil law, in definitions, voice isn't too loud today. In definitions and whatnot, the way things have always been since colonial times is every issue or every question in a lawsuit or something like that is first handled under the common law, which is how the courts interpret natural law. So if you're wronged or harmed in such a way, you have a cause of action. Unless the legislature comes up with a law, like the criminal code only took effect in 1973. Before that, we were under common law, common law murder, common law rape, common law arson, that kind of thing. So there, in my opinion, that there is currently a process, and it would just be going to the Superior Court to actually sue someone if somebody had a cause of action. So the question is, do we want to, for members, the actual question I think is, do we want to just let the courts continue to run with this, or do we want to kind of step in and have a say? So I think that's what it kind of comes down to.
Okay. Representative Burrows.
Thanks, and this is really just an open question, which is Mr. Chair, you talked about how complex this is, and cryptocurrency is new to many of us. So my question is, this is what I'm grappling with, is this above our pay grade in terms of the complexity and the understanding of it, to leave this to a commission that might include people who are expert in this field? And I'd be curious to know your take on that.
I have no idea what the purpose of the commission was, or what the governor had in mind. I would tell the governor that Stoli's not made in Russia, but doesn't stop him from doing what he wants to do. So, I mean, I've read the general purpose was just a, let's have a study. But that did it actually say that, in terms of, what proposed legislation or what's going forward, there's no doubt in my mind that every member of that commission would tell you, first thing you do is pass this bill. So if you want to move the process along, then you pass the bill. If you want to delay it another year, I mean, yes, that commission comes out, but it doesn't mean they're doing anything until it comes to the legislature, which won't happen until next January. So we would not have anything in effect until July of 2023. Representative Bartlett.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we know there's another amendment that's going to come along.
Correct.
But we're not going to deal with that today. So what we're voting on is not really what's going to be final anyway.
It's, in the end of the day, this is going to be at the Senate, a month from now, the Senate will then have that decision to make, to take up and clean up the statute.
To clean up the statute.
Well, the problem we have is we don't really know exactly what we got with this red line version, because it seemed to be taking the notes and rolling it in and just commenting on it. So we need Tom Conley, and Tom Conley's in San Domingo and drinking margaritas. So we can't do much about that right now. So my feeling is that I hate to lose this opportunity to, get in front on something as important as something that I am having, trouble understanding. And the sooner we get something going on the books, the sooner that we'll all understand what the heck is going on here with this technology. But, the whole idea is, why would you delay guidelines if you know this is where the nation's going?
Because we don't usually put stuff on the books that
And
we're
I grant
sure
you that
it
I
isn't
would,
going to be what's going to be put there.
we are the last New England state to pass the marijuana legislation. That
Okay,
we are,
that's
we
a-
are plenty
you're-
of times we're
that's-
not the last, but there are times we've been the first.
Well, we certainly haven't been the first on cannabis, but I don't think that's part of this discussion.
Okay, well, how about the lottery? We were the first with the lottery. So, there are
And-
times you can be the
And that's
first.
certainly grown.
And nobody has a problem with the lottery.
Nobody has a problem with the lottery?
Oh, okay. A lot of people think we should get rid of it?
Let's not say that,
What, you
okay?
get rid of, people think we should get rid of the lottery?
So that you're
I'm
word I'm
clueless.
using, I'm losing the word. At any rate, let's go back to the amendment.
Okay.
I mean, I have a problem with our passing something we know is not going to be what's going to happen.
As far as I can read into it, it is not that much different than what we have in this amendment. And that it would, if there are, and it seems to be some more references and reference points, that is certainly appropriate for Tom Connolly to have it fixed and have us recommend to the Senate to go forward with the bill.
Could we
But I
ask,
hate to just put the brakes on it right now and say, let's wait another year.
could we ask Christy Merrill to come up and talk about the possibility of another amendment?
We can certainly ask Chrissy what she knows.
Okay. Because this draft that we were just provided with doesn't address the changes that have happened since December 31st.
So why don't you tell us, Chrissy, what really happened?
Thank you, Representative Christy Merrill, New Hampshire Bankers. I'm going to see if I can just pull up the email quickly that I received. I did receive and share an amendment from the latest version, which I understand is incorporated in the amendment before you all today. And there is a committee meeting, I believe, by the drafting committee next week. I want to say March 7th and 8th. And I apologize, I'm going by memory.
The committee that is going to be looking at it?
It's the drafting commission. It's one of the drafting commissions that's been focused on this Article 12. So my understanding is they are going to be meeting March 7th and 8th. And I believe they may have an April meeting at some point.
And this is the New Hampshire Bankers Association?
No, this is the Uniform Law Commission.
okay.
And so I'm relaying information that I've been told by one of their members. So they'll have the meeting next week where they will look at another draft amendment. And that, because I tried to get a sense, is there more revisions coming? And it's really hard to say because, similar to your process, you may have an amendment that's good to go and everyone decides they're fine, or you may look at it and say, so they can't tell me with any great certainty, yes, this is done. I think they feel like it's close. But I don't know what that means exactly. So I understand that they've got the meeting in March. There may be a meeting in April, and my understanding is that it sounds like they have an annual meeting in June, I believe, where I would suspect a final version would come out. So that's just my interpretation of what I understand to know that's happening. And if I can find the email, I'll try to pin that down. You're welcome.
Yeah, Representative Allen has a question.
Thank you for your testimony, or for participating in this casual subcommittee. Is it true that this is likely to continuously be refined in the coming years? That because this technology is rapidly evolving and the legal and regulatory issues around it are likely to continue to evolve to keep up with the pace of the technology, that this is an ongoing process? Would you agree with that?
When you say ongoing process, are you referring to the Uniform Law Commission, or do you mean just overall general regulatory in this space?
I guess it could apply to both, but the language that we have before us will continue to evolve, possibly in perpetuity, as the technology that it tries to advise on also continues to evolve.
I can't answer that. I'm not sure. I don't know how their process works. I'm assuming if things would continue to emerge, that they would continue to evolve that. I think that's a fair assumption, but I just don't know
Okay.
and haven't had those conversations. My understanding is that they expect adoption of an amendment by the summer.
Okay? Okay.
Excuse me. John?
Yeah, sorry. No.
I actually can probably add to that because the draft that we got, that 102-page document, deals with a lot of sections other than the new Section 12.
Right.
There are a lot of other changes made to the code that are in this full document.
Right.
So
And-
it is, they're looking at it all the time, I'm sure, and updating it.
Exactly. Exactly. So, I mean, I have to agree that normally we would wait, but in this case, I think this is a rare opportunity for us to do something and have something go forward. And if it becomes obvious that there's more changes that are going to be made, and when this commission comes back, then the governor can veto it, and we'll start over. But I think it's a great start and an important thing to do. All right. So thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess this is the business subcommittee, so we have some changes here, who's here and who's not here. So,
Okay, so.
You were supposed to
Chris Herbert is not here,
exactly.
and I can step in to sub for him.
Okay, I thought you were stepping in for Abel.
Oh, sorry, you're right. I guess I can't be two people. Not easily.
So
Yep.
then I have Weston, and then I was going to say Fargo and McAleer,
Yep.
okay? And then for our side, it'll be Hunt, Patusek, Terry, Greason, and
Oh,
Ammon,
Bettina's already here.
because Johnson's missing and Osborne's missing. This is the business.
This is business.
You're up for this vote. You're on this vote. You're pinch hitting, okay?
Are we voting on the amendment first?
So, the first motion, Representative Ammon, this is on the amendment.
828. 828.
828. How many?
828 hotel.
828. H, really, that's low, okay.
Okay, that's the amendment.
That's the amendment,
Amendment first.
okay. All right, so this is, ought to pass on the amendment. Okay, and so Representative Ammon, second by Representative Bartlett, is that, I am understanding that correctly on the amendment?
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay. Okay. Now, Representative Ammon. And seconded by Representative Terry. Moves ought to pass as amended. Okay. Is the motion clear? All right, this is
This
ought to pass as amended.
OTPA on the amendment 0828. Is that,
Yeah, that motion, the amendment passed 9 to
Right.
0. Now we're on ought to pass as amended. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, and all those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 6 to 3. Okay.
what was the? 6, okay, thanks.
All right. Okay, yes,
Oh, I just wanted to make a quick point of information on the UCC. This has been an ongoing, it's literally a convention of the states. I think it's in Chicago every year. We've had over 100 of them. And so there's another committee that's always raising concerns and terrors about what would happen in a convention of states. We've had almost 200 of these, and we've had over 200 state constitutional conventions on top of that. They're different, but this has been working just fine for as long as we've been doing this, and it hasn't resulted in all the doom and gloom that some people, that other committee which I won't mention, has been saying. So if Convention of States comes up again next session, this is already how we do it.
Are you talking about our constitutional requirement every 10 years to put to the voters whether we should have a constitutional convention?
So there's a state constitutional convention. There have been over 200 of those around the country.
Well, I'm talking about our
yeah, that's
constitution
the-
requires,
That's the state constitutional
Yeah.
convention. A
that's so we can get a raise, you know,
Yeah, if it ever, yeah, it hasn't passed since 1884. But the Convention of the States is,
that's not true. The last constitutional convention New Hampshire had was actually in the 70s. And I know this only because Alf Jacobson, who was still around when I got elected, he was president of the Constitutional Convention. And I'm trying to remember, there was a couple of articles that actually did get passed through, but the state actually, the voters did actually have us go forward with a Constitutional Convention in more modern times, if I would
didn't
call it
they,
that.
didn't they expand the Bill of Rights a bit? Because I saw a
I-
couple that
they
passed in
might
the
have.
70s.
I have to admit, I don't remember what.
But a
only
Convention
so
of the
much-
States is, you know, all 50 state legislatures, we send a delegate to Orlando or something
No, this
like
is,
that.
I'm talking about New Hampshire now.
Yeah, but I'm saying on the,
Federal one.
yeah, the UCC, what I'm saying is under Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution, all 50 states, each one sends one delegate, and then they discuss the details and send it back to the state legislatures for ratification.
All right, so we're breaking for lunch, and we'll see you all at 1:15.
1:15. And we will see you at noon, the Dems up in fourth floor. Okay. Yeah, I've got to go do 3 things. Hi. Oh, good.
I don't know if they mind. I just, you know, but I can tell you, so, I mean, I can check with them and see if they mind. I'm pretty sure that, but, yeah, so they have their committee meeting next March 7th and 8th. And then on April 13th, the draft, apparently they submit the draft to American Law Institute on April 13th. And I think at that point, it'll be very close to final, but they're still cooking additional changes. And then their annual meeting is in July. So if I can forward this to you, I will. I just want to check with them and see if they mind. Yeah, okay. You're welcome. You bet.
I'll be back. Okay. Oh, good. Okay. I have a couple errands to do. Oops.
except for.
Oh, yeah, we were talking on the phone, you got that bill up, you know.
Representative Ham's here. I love it. Okay, being 1:15, we'll get started here. With the exec session, we start out with House Bill 1019. Where's my... Isn't it 1019?
Yeah. Oh, this is the schedule.
Okay, so the schedule, we do you want to go by this one, or I usually do numeric, but I guess the bills were all over the place on this one, but how to, is everybody?
Let's go by the list that you sent out originally.
I sent out, or what Carrie sent out?
The
All right,
schedule?
all right. I have no idea where everything is on this one.
All right.
The schedule that was sent out.
Okay, yep,
1595 starts it.
all right. All right. Okay, House Bill 1595, food trucks. Okay. All right, interim study. Who would like to make the motion on the interim study?
I had you making the motion.
Okay, perfect. All right. I move interim study, seconded by Representative Bartlett. The fundamental problem we have with the food trucks is that even the sponsor, on the day the bill was introduced to the committee, came in with an amendment to have the cities who still regulate food trucks to have some control over the licensure of the trucks, which defeats the whole purpose of the bill. You know, if we're going to have the state trump these cities, then, you know, how are we, then say, but we have this, but we have that, but. So the simple solution today is for us to study this bill and see if there's some way we can make that work, but that cannot happen in the short period of time we have. So, motion is interim study. Any questions on the motion? Yes, Representative Hammond.
Question of the clerk. Substitutes on the Democrat side, could we just identify yourself?
Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I thought Representative Herbert was coming. I just texted him and I have not received a reply.
Linda Tanner.
But
Yes,
Representative Tanner, Linda
Representative
Tanner
Tanner is
substituting for Representative Bolio.
Bolio, correct. Okay. All right, motion's clear. Clerk will call the roll on interim study.
Interim study, House Bill 1595. Representative Petusik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson. Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett. And I skipped over
Yes.
Representative Terry. Yes. Bartlett, yes. Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Not here.
He's not here, okay. Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
So 18-0.
All those in favor of placing 1595 in the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so move unanimously. Okay. Next up, 1095, relative to the sale of fresh condiments on push carts selling frankfurters and pre-cooked sausages. What we have discovered on 1095 is that the sponsor's request was for chili dogs. And we have found that it is possible that he can have his chili dog if the push cart vendor buys those pre-made little pre-made chili things. I think Campbell's makes them, and Denny Moore makes them. They're single serving things. So as long as they're in their single serving packaging, then they can be sold on the push cart. So he can have his chili dog. So at this point, we're. So now I'm confused.
The motion is ITL and
Okay,
Representative
motion is
Abel-
ITL. All right.
Representative Abel made the motion.
What's that?
Representative Abel made the motion.
Representative Abel, seconded by Representative Abramson, moves ITL. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Abramson has
It was
a.
actually a question. So I obviously agreed with the intent of the bill, which was allowing the sale of fresh condiments such as sauerkraut, chili, so on and so forth.
Yes.
So you're saying that the solution is that they sell the prepaid packets,
Yes.
and that you didn't want state licensing of people having the little, push things.
So you can get sauerkraut, you can get mustard, you can get onions, you can get chili in a pre-made package. So the push cart has it on the on that, and they're all set. Maybe you don't want to second the motion of ITL?
Oh, I didn't know that motions.
Well, I saw your
needed
hand up, so I
seconds.
was confused.
No, it was just for a question.
Okay. All right, Representative Petusik. Okay, any more discussion on the ITL motion? Seeing none, yeah,
So that was seconded by Petusik?
Petusik.
Okay.
Okay, the clerk call the roll.
Representative Petusik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Yes. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Bellew. Oh, sorry, Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay. All those in favor of placing 1095 on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay. All right, 1043, establishing a committee to study regulations applicable to small businesses that sell food. Okay. Representative Petusek, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves inexpedient to legislate. You want to speak to your motion?
No.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate?
He's spoken about enough already.
Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
I'm sorry, what's the bill number on this?
1043.
Motion is ITO. Representative Petusik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston. Representative Tanner. Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, all of those in favor of placing it on the consent calendar, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, 1503, exempting the developer selling of facilitating or exchange of an open block token for certain security laws. Okay, Representative Ammon, seconded by Representative Petusek, moves to pass on the amendment. The amendment number.
I'll have it here.
828. That sounds familiar.
08. What was the amendment number?
828.
828.
And Representative Ammon, you're recognized to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1503, it's going to put New Hampshire at not the bleeding edge of new technology, but certainly at the forefront of adopting rules around digital assets that were worked on for at least 2 years by the Universal Law Commission. So we're in a unique opportunity to adopt something and be one of the first states to do it. And it marries nicely with the Governor's Commission on Digital Assets. So please support the ought to pass motion on this amendment.
Representative Weston, do you want to speak to it? Okay. All right. Oh, that's right. This is the amendment. Okay. The motion is ought to pass on the amendment. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Yes. Representative Ammon votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner. Yes. Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay. Now the pending motion is ought to pass as amended from Representative Ammon, seconded by Representative Patusek. Is there any discussion on the motion of ought to pass as amended? Representative Weston. Oh, you know what?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I did support the amendment, I am not in support of the bill as it stands amended because I think, for a number of reasons. One is that I think it would be a good idea for us to wait until we get the results of the Governor's Commission, which will be coming in on August 8th. I think also that this is not necessarily a place where New Hampshire wants to be first in the nation. I think it's a very risky industry. And I do agree with the first part of the bill that, if we're dealing with cryptocurrencies, the part of exempting them from the securities law is fine, but I don't agree necessarily that we want to put ourselves out as first in the nation to open ourselves up to this industry. So I have to stand on my principles on this, and I take it from there. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak on the ought to pass as amended? Representative Abramson.
Yeah, it's just a quick point, or 2 quick points. One is I didn't view this as a security. I viewed this as more of a key. So rather than investing or putting your money in a bank or a mutual fund, it'd be more like likening it to a key for a safe deposit box. So it's not that you're putting money into somebody else's hands for them to go out and invest or loan to other people. So I didn't view it as a security. I viewed this as creating a clear path after the fact, not to deal with the cryptocurrency or the Bitcoin itself, but to deal with if there are allegations of fraud or some other activity to enable the courts to go do this. And I think there were some very bright people in the UCC who went over all these issues already, and I certainly expect the other states to implement this.
Representative Ammon.
This legislation is not radical legislation. This is pretty middle of the road legislation. I think as we get ahead here a few years, looking back on this moment, I think you'll see that New Hampshire's making the right decision at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion on the motion about to pass as amended? Yes, Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say that I have been on the fence on this one. While I don't think that cryptocurrency is always used for transparent reasons, NPR had an article this morning on how the Russian oligarchs are trying to change their rubles that are worth very little right now into cryptocurrency. I am going to support the OTPA because I do feel that there are some guardrails on this. It does not mean we have to go forward with the cryptocurrency in New Hampshire, though I do recognize it is being used in New Hampshire now. Therefore, I will support the OTPA, but it is with some reluctance.
Representative Hammond.
Thank you for that sentiment. Again, I mentioned earlier that any technology can be used for good and it can also be used for bad purposes. So a counterpoint to the Russian oligarchs using it, if you go on the government of Ukraine's official Twitter page and you scroll down a few tweets, you'll see that they're soliciting Bitcoin donations. They have a Bitcoin address and they use it for night vision goggles and for bulletproof vests. And you can send without any intermediary from your smartphone right now directly to the Ukrainian government to support their efforts fighting the Russians. So that's an example of it being used, I think, for a good purpose.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe that this is a unique opportunity for the state of New Hampshire to take a leadership position across all 50 states. And we will have a lot of states following our lead after we get this as a law. Thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on not to pass as amended.
Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
No.
Representative Van Houten.
No.
Representative Fargo.
No.
Representative Weston. Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
14-4.
Okay, 14-4. And I assume there'll be a minority report. Yeah, great.
What's the minority recommendation?
Interim study.
IS?
Yeah,
And who's going to write?
She is.
Joyce.
Choices. Weston.
Okay.
Okay.
And so they don't count.
At least we'll have one bill on the regular calendar. Okay. All right, 1140 is relative condo instruments and condo special assessments. Anybody like to make the motion on ITL? Okay.
I have you down. Oh,
Okay. And seconded by Representative Patusek.
Sorry, who made the motion?
Weston.
Okay.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion, please? This is the 60% to get a budget,
We only got 26.
to override a budget. This, yeah, no, well, it's not special. This is the budget. It's not just special, you know, it's the budget.
Thank you for the prompt. Sorry about that. Yeah, this would really hamstring the boards, the condo boards, that often have to make a special assessment when something goes wrong, like a roof leaks or something along that line. I think that in general, they're very reasonable about spending money and not being foolish about it. So we don't want to hamstring the boards. Also, it would make it very difficult to get anybody to run for a board. So I think this should be ITL'd.
Okay, any more discussion on inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
All those in favor of placing 1146 on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, 1380, relative installation of solar photovoltaic energy systems by owners subject to deed restrictions in a homeowners association.
I have 1249 next, Mr. Chair.
12.
Oh,
See, I
sorry,
didn't
sorry.
like doing it this way. Okay. 1380 is what I have next. Okay. So, 1380, this is Connie's bill. Which I'm not recognizing for the motion. Okay. I'll move it. That's fine. Yeah, it's seconded by Representative Petusek. Next thing is to legislate. I think we had a good discussion, good conversation, and at the end of the day, when you buy a condo, you better read the fine print and know what you're getting yourself into. And if you want to be into solar, make sure your neighbors are just as solar oriented as you are. Representative Van Houten.
You just used the trigger word that makes me want to respond. There are some misperceptions about this bill. One is that it's not a condo bill.
Oh, that's right. You're right. You're right.
It is for
Owners.
homeowners associations in which people actually own their roofs, own their lots, on which they can make these installations. And so I think that's something that should be considered as you vote, regardless of how you vote. I also want to stipulate that this is not a mandate. It is enabling legislation. The localities, the cities and towns would have to have an intervening vote for that. So there's no mandate involved here. And just very quickly, some people seem to think that the deeds would have to be rewritten, or that other documents would have to be rewritten, and that's not the case. The legislation as it's written would just nullify any kind of reference to installation of photovoltaic systems. So with that, I hope you'll consider my constituents and others across the state for whom obviously solar energy can be clean, efficient, safe, and something of the future that we can implement today. I don't mean today as in now, obviously, because it has to have the enabling legislation element beyond. But hope you consider that. Thank you.
Representative Abramson.
I agreed with the overall concept of the bill, but I'm not voting for the bill, and the reason is the structure of it. When we get bills that we agree with, but we can't go back to all the stakeholders. So I think it would be worth bringing it back in next year, but I don't think we need to refer for interim study. I think we need to send the sponsors back. And the particular issue that I had was in line 2, that a restriction shall be considered unreasonable for the purpose of this section. That's come up in both criminal and civil law, where the legislature just declares something without both sides being able to contest the issue in court. Whether or not something is reasonable has to be decided on a case-by-case basis for a judge, in my opinion, and looked at by the courts. So, in a nutshell, that's the reason that I'm against it, but I would be willing to work in the future to put together something different.
There you go, Connie. Someone to work with. Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Yes. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
No.
Representative Van Houten.
No.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
No.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Yes. Representative McAleer.
No.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
14-4.
I'm sorry, never mind.
Okay.
Consent
That's too many for consent. Is there going to be a minority report?
Yes.
Okay. Van Houten.
And what's the motion? All to pass.
I'll have to pass. Okay. All right, next up is 1378, relative to inspection of public lodging and housing. Actually, it was interesting, the bill had one point of view, but it opened up a huge can of worms when we realized how old the statute was and how cumbersome it is, and given that it was referring to registrars, which I don't think I've seen one of those in a hotel. Not even at bed and breakfast. I don't think I've ever seen a registrar anymore. I mean, they're age gone by. I think privacy keeps away from seeing that, so people don't see the names. But at any rate, the better part of this bill needs to be studied more. So who would like to make the interim study motion? Okay, Representative Johnson, seconded by Representative Terry. For interim study. Any discussion on the motion of interim study?
Sorry, I missed the bill number again.
1378.
Can't find. There it is. Sticking right out.
All right, is the motion clear? Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Yes. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18 to 0.
Okay, all those in favor of placing 1378 on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
So- Okay,
So no.
all right.
I need to take one break here. I'm out of forms.
You're out of, oh, because I stole some of your forms, didn't I?
Can you take a
Yeah,
2
yeah,
break?
all right. So we'll have a brief recess here.
I don't have a blank one.
So is the next one 1249?
The next one's 1249.
Okay.
Whatever it takes for him to get forms printed.
Is it chilly in here, or is it just?
It feels a little cooler than normal.
Yeah, that's, maybe.
We're a third of the way through.
Yeah, no, I'm just feeling a little cool today. Yeah, are you? It's a little, it just seemed a little warmer.
The thing is, it's windy.
Yeah.
Get out of your way here.
No,
These things are older than us.
that's old. That's old.
Okay, so.
She's coming. I'll use the back of it if I have to.
Oh, you didn't get extra ones, or?
I just ran into her. She wasn't able.
$12.49. Okay. House Bill 1249, relative to weights and measures. Representative Hunt moves to ought to pass. Second by Representative Patusek. The great thing about this committee, we learn something new every day, and we learned about high precision weights and measures that we have here in the state. Most of it was over my head, but this brings us in line with the current practices of these scales. Is there any other discussion on the motion of ought to pass? Okay, the clerk will call the roll on ought to pass.
Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Yes. Representative Ammon votes yes. Representative Abramson. Aye. Representative Ham. Yes. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry. Yes. Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
All those in favor of placing in 1249 on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. All right, 1404, relative to consumer rights regarding towing of vehicles. Who would like to make the motion of ITL?
I have Representative Weston down.
Okay. All right, Representative Weston, seconded by Representative Patusek, moves in expedient to legislate. And Representative Weston is recognized to speak to her motion.
Sure. This bill would put specific limits on tow companies so that there are situations where they may lose money on towing a vehicle. Not all vehicles cost the same to tow, like the difference between trucks and cars. It also sets up a situation where the tow company might not be available for a call if they're dealing with this particular situation. So we just felt that it would put the business of private property tow vehicles, private towing companies out of business if we were to pass this legislation. So I think it should be inexpedient to legislate.
And the sponsor urges us to kill it.
Yes, that's right. The sponsor also felt it should be ITL. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? This clerk will call the roll.
House Bill 1404 ITL. Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Yes. Representative DePalma. I'm sorry. It's a new sheet. Catch it up here. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Herbert's not here. Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
All those in favor of placing 1404 on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, 1404, relative to consumer right, 1413, this is it, 1413, it's too small, the print here. Yeah. 1413, relative to privacy online customer information. Who would like to make the ITL motion? Representative Weston.
Yes, I move that we ITL.
Second by Representative Patusek. And you're recognized to speak to your motion.
Although I recognize the good intent of this bill, we found that that it was really targeting the problem from the wrong angle. It was targeting the internet service providers, the ISPs, that really don't have any access to your personal information. It also conflicts with federal law that already holds ISPs to account for personal commitments. And there's a bill in Maine that passed in 2019 that is now being, it's now the subject of I'm sorry. Yeah, ongoing legislation. Thank you. So we decided that the problem of privacy needs to be addressed at the federal level, and that this should be ITL'd. Thanks. Whatever.
Okay. Any other? Representative Abramson.
I disagreed on this bill on both the ITL and OTP, so I'm not voting with the ITL motion. And even though the bill had some issues that I didn't agree with, the underlying idea that your internet service provider would take information that they'd gathered from you and sell it, I advocate of privacy, and also the voters by a margin of, I think, 10-1 passed that constitutional amendment to the state constitution protecting privacy. So I felt that it was a serious enough issue to hold on to the bill.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
No.
Representative Ham.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes. Committee, my time.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
17-1.
Okay. Are you all right with consent?
I'd like to write a minority report.
Okay. So that will stay on the regular calendar.
And motion is?
I don't have an amendment, so I'd have to say ought to pass, even though
Or you could say interim study.
how do I put this?
That's all right.
I'll
Fine.
just
Don't-
say my suggestion is ought to pass,
Okay.
even though I would ought to pass with amendment.
Okay. All right, next up, 1422, requiring warning labels on consumer products containing perforated chemicals. Pfas. All right,
Got McAleer?
McAleer,
Yes.
you have a motion?
Yes, motion to ITL.
Okay, Representative McAleer, second by Representative Petusek, moves inexpedient to legislate. Any discussion on the motion?
Just, comment, this is an important discussion in the future. Unfortunately, every other product on the shelf has some of these chemicals in them, and it's just a little bit overwhelming to try to get everybody to do it. Apparently, Maine has passed a law. I don't think we really know how that's turned out. So I think this is just its time is not ready. Thank you.
And we also did already pass a study committee on this issue.
I was just going to mention that.
Yes. Okay. Seeing no more discussion, the clerk will call the roll of ought to pass, inexpedient to legislate on 1422.
Representative Petusik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. 1559, relative to laws administered by the Insurance Department. Representative Bartlett.
Thank you. This is an OTP. I think let's see, I guess I'm prime sponsor. This was requested by the Insurance Department.
Right,
There are a
so-
number of
Ought to
technical.
pass by Representative Bartlett,
You got it.
seconded by Representative Petusek. You're recognized to speak to your motion.
Okay, this was requested by the Insurance Department. There are a number of technical, well, OLS calls it a technical change, but it's not strictly technical because of the different areas that they needed to clean up. It adds clarifying language in a number of places. It specifies an agent's referral fee to $25. It adds rulemaking authority for paid family medical leave, allows reduced premiums during extenuating circumstances, allows for notice provisions of a third party when an insured cancels a commercial policy, and adds language to explain the process for liens on property in the continuing care retirement community statute.
Great. Any discussion on the motion? About to pass. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay. Representative Bartley, you also take 1558? Yeah. Relative to insurance holding companies, seconded by Representative Petusek. Representative Bartlett is recognized to speak to our motion.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill also was requested by the Insurance Department. It incorporates updates into the Insurance Model Act regarding receiverships and group capital calculation for credit for reinsurance. This is NAIC model legislation.
Great. Any more discussion on the motion of to pass? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. And he's ready.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson. Aye. Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Herbert. Sorry, he's not here. Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo. Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay. 1019, establishing a committee to study the replacement of certain professional licenses with mandatory minimum liability insurance requirement. Representative Abramson, second by Representative Petusek, moves interim study. Representative Abramson, you're recognized to speak to your motion.
In a nutshell, I don't want to go on because we've got a lot of bills, but in a nutshell, professional licensing has been a very big issue. The notion of minimizing government regulations and licensing and red tape is part of the New Hampshire Republican platform, so it's kind of come up over and over again. But in a greater sense, we've gone from, I think it might have been AFP mentioned that we've gone from 8% of workers having to get an occupational license. Now it's gone up to 30%. It looks like it's just going up and up and up. And there was a study done that showed that professional licensing was one of the major unmentioned causes or contributors to poverty and limiting income mobility. So for that reason, I felt that there were a lot of reasons to want to open this up and felt that it needed a lot more time than just a hearing. So for that reason, I wanted to refer for interim study.
Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you have an issue regarding professional licensing, that's one thing. But the idea of replacing it with a minimum liability insurance you're talking apples and oranges. So for that reason, I would be opposing the interim study and in favor of an ITL.
Okay. Any other? Yeah, Representative Van Houten.
Thank you. The prevailing motion is interim study?
The pending motion.
Pending motion, yes, sir,
is
thank you.
interim study.
It just strikes me that it's counterintuitive to interim study something, to study something. And I would prefer then the ITL motion.
Fair enough. Any more discussion on the motion of interim study? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Yes. Representative Acton. Yes. Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry. Representative Bartlett.
No.
Representative Abel.
No.
Representative Van Houten.
No.
Representative Fargo.
No.
Representative Weston.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Burrows.
No.
Representative McAleer.
No.
Representative Hunt.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
Oh, you're looking to see if break this up.
Yes.
10-8.
I'll do the minority report.
Minority report, okay. Okay. No, it's interim study
The minority report.
and minority report for Bartlett.
So just an aside, that certainly was different than the 6-0 subcommittee
Certainly was, wasn't
vote.
it?
Yes, it was.
Let's do another one. 1048, relative to minimum non-forfeiture amounts under the standard non-forfeiture law for individual deferred annuities. Representative McAleer moves ought to pass. Second. Any more discussion on the motion of ought to pass? Okay, clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, all those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Yes.
I've got a question on HB 1019. Who seconded that? I did not hear a second.
I can tell you.
Representative Petusic.
Yeah, Petusic.
Thank you.
Okay. 1582, repealing the granted state paid family leave plan. Representative Johnson, second by Representative Petusic, moves interim study. Any need for discussion? Yes.
Yeah, I
Representative
just wanted to mention that there was, it was noted that this is also in labor.
Correct, and that's
So
why.
why would we not kill one of those two bills?
Because we let them decide what they're going to do, and we'll just keep ours alive if we want it.
Stay tuned.
Any more discussion on the motion of interim study? Yes, Representative Abrams.
Yeah, actual parliamentary inquiry. If you have two committees with a bill, aren't we in a better position just kind of holding on to our bills? So we're not, unless there's not a deadline on this particular bill, we could just recess this bill until the end of?
No, there is a deadline, and
I mean, there is a
both
deadline,
bills
but-
have to get out at the same time.
Okay.
So, okay, the motion is interim study. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Matusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon votes yes. Representative Abramson. Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
All those in favor of placing 1582 on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay. 1613, establishing a limited farmers liquor manufacturer's license. We have an amendment for this bill. And I guess... Okay, so I'll make the motion, seconded by Representative Patusek.
And this takes the place of the
And this will replace
0450?
the entire bill. Not that I have anything against farmers, but we want to be fair to everyone. And what this bill does will reduce the fee for someone who wants to do a small batch of distilled liquor.
Does that incorporate, OE30?
Right.
Pass subcommittee 5-0.
Okay. Okay, any discussion on the motion about to pass on the amendment?
Can we just see the difference between what the other amendment was offering and what this one's offering?
Well, the sponsor had come in with another amendment that kind of, I don't know, shuffled the chairs on the Titanic, but didn't really, she had her heart set on doing something for farmers.
Right. But this one, okay, so this isn't necessarily farmers, it's
This is
just
anybody
for
and everybody.
smaller-
Is that if you're going to do less than 1,000 cases, then why pay a license of $1,692?
okay.
Why not
and
have a cheap old license of $300?
Let's see, my notes show that Aiden Moore was here opposing the original
Right, the original
bill
bill.
because it was not enforceable.
Yeah, because all that,
Doesn't
the whole
s-
farmers requirement was,
Don't believe a new license for farmers only. An approach that would be involved here, approach. So has Aiden seen this?
oh yeah,
Okay.
Aiden wrote it.
He wrote it, okay.
You
Thanks.
think I go anywhere else to write an amendment written? One-stop shopping. Yeah, he's downstairs with the marijuana. Okay, any other discussion on the motion about to pass on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Who's the prime?
Me.
All to pass on amendment H, 830H,
830H.
House Bill 1613. Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson. Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay. All those, the motion now is Representative Hunt, second by Representative Patusek, ought to pass as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, all those in favor of placing it on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, next is House Bill 1556, relative to on-premise, off-premise sales of beverage manufacturer facilities. And this one is, okay, so this one, we were able to resolve, this is the bill where it turns out that if you have a multiple licenses, then it appeared to some licensees who had these multiple licenses that they had to have two separate point-of-sale systems. And after discussion with the Liquor Commission, they realized that maybe there was some confusion out there about what was going on, and they have sent out a bulletin to all licensees to assure them that as long as their software can handle separate sales, which of course it can, I mean that would be a pretty clunky software if it can't, and but that as long as they're able to do that, then they would they're in compliance and this bill would not be necessary. However, we always want to keep an eye on the Liquor Commission, so I'm recommending that we interim study this bill and discuss it come next September, just to ensure the bulletin was fulfilled. And also there was another request of another side issue that was somewhat germane. So we'll take that up in September when we interim study the bill. So Representative Hunt, second by Representative Petusic, moves interim study. Representative Bartlett.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think that it makes sense to put this into an interim study. We did have testimony from a number of business owners that were getting some contradictory messages from, it sounded like one particular auditor. So I think if we can keep this at least open enough to hear from constituents, or maybe we want to follow up with them to find out if in fact it has changed, I think that makes sense.
Good. Representative Abramson, I thought you said you weren't going to talk too much today.
No, I don't talk too much.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to remind members of the committee that I did have Legislative Services put a proposed amendment, if you want language in front of you. So I just emailed it to all members of the committee. It was dealing with, after researching this, found there were some areas where the person handing you the bottle at different locations could be 14, 15, 16, 18. So that's why I felt like it needed some time.
Okay, so that would be another issue we'll take up in September. Okay. All right, the motion of interim study. Clerk will call the roll.
House Bill 1556, interim study. Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon votes yes. Representative Abramson. Representative Ham. Representative DePalma.
Yes.
Representative, jeez, man. You can see how my brain works, right? It's like Representative Acton. Yes. Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo. Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative McAleer.
Yes.
And Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, all those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, next up, 1039, relative to the definition of a beverage manufacturer retail outlet. Representative Hunt, second by Representative Petusic, moves ought to pass on the amendment. Amendment number, it's being passed around. For those who have in front of you, what's the amendment number? Oh, here it is, okay. It's 0284.
How's that number so low?
284? Yeah, because I did this, I introduced this amendment at the hearing, if you might remember. Okay, so the underlying bill was to deal with the issue, to clarify, even though the Attorney General did take a position, but it clarified that the previous legislation that we passed relative to a beverage manufacturer having a second location, that this clarifies that they do not need to manufacture at that location. What this amendment does is then carry on to, we'll dare to call housekeeping measures of the Liquor Commission. One was, it turns out that a little glitch in the John Hunt Memorial Direct Shipping Law, where the law said within a 90-day period, and the 90-day period was then used as, so that means I just lose my license for 90 days, and then you have to give it back to me 90 days from after, which is not exactly what we intended to do. So with that, this will remove that 90-day period statement in the loss of licensure. The other issue came up was that at one point in time, the previous audit done to the Liquor Commission was, why didn't the Liquor Commission offer multi-year licenses? So the Liquor Commission duly came in and they added multi-year licenses to the statute, and now 5 years later have discovered that not a single licensee has ever requested a multi-year license. And so the next audit that the Liquor Commission went through, they suggested it be repealed, and that's why it's in this amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
House Bill 1039 ought to pass Amendment 284H. Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson.
Aye.
Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, Representative Hunt, second by Representative Petusic, moves ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson. Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay. All right. Last liquor bill, HB 1583, relative to location and days of operation of state liquor stores. Representative Hunt, second by Representative Petusic, moves ought to pass on the amendment. 0838. Okay, so if you all recall, this bill had several parts in it. The first two sections were related to locating where the liquor stores can be. But the one that we had most attention on to was the Sunday and holiday opening section of the bill. And the question of being, was Easter. I guess we all pretty much in general agree that it's a good idea probably to be closed for Thanksgiving and Christmas Day. But after going through it and trying to, trying to decide whether Easter is important, or maybe adding Passover, I don't know, could add, we could go either way. Then I took one different look at it and I said, well, why don't we just, if the first sentence says the Liquor Commission can make this decision in its discretion, and it really is based, if you read in the later part of the bill, it's their ability to actually find employees who are willing to work those days, for the commission to even decide whether they're going to be open those days. So I decided that wouldn't it be easier just to get rid of all those particular holidays, and the commission, if they can, if they think they can find employees who want to work on Thanksgiving or Christmas, then all the power to them. But not that I think that'll happen, but at least the law is consistent by not picking favorites when it comes to holidays. Representative Abramson.
So as I said before, I didn't agree with just the whole notion of, I've never liked the idea of the state operating state liquor stores, but just in particular, having the state decide and having the legislature decide that will allow the liquor stores to be open on Christmas Day and Easter and Thanksgiving, which are kind of the 3 days where you really expect things to be closed. We used to have blue laws in New Hampshire that said that, Sunday mornings you're supposed to be, either at church or home with your family. And those were repealed a couple of years ago because no town was really following them. But it kind of made me feel uncomfortable and a little bit odd that we were going to pass legislation to just have the liquor stores be open on the three holiest days of the year. And I know for sure that I'm going to be hearing about this when I go back to Seabrook.
Well, I don't know that the liquor stores will be open in Seabrook those days. Representative Bartlett.
I think you make a good point, Mr. Chair. I think if you go back to Seabrook and tell them that they are going to be open that days, you would be incorrect. This bill is only saying that liquor stores at their discretion can do it, and they've still got to find people that are going to work. So I think it's very unlikely that they're going to be open the days that you're concerned about.
So, well, we're trying to clean up the statute to have less regulations. Less regulations.
As a platform.
Time I haven't voted for less.
Well, that way we all can say you're not always consistent, are you?
Every other bill is always less.
Right. Well, I do find it ironic that, of course, you can always buy beer at the convenience store. Or wine.
Anytime you want.
On any day of the year. Okay. Any discussion on the motion about to pass on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Amendment 838H. Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Yes. Representative Ammon votes yes. Representative Abramson. No. Representative Ham. Yes. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
17 to max.
Okay, the motion is ought to pass as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
It's Hunt and Petusic, is that right?
Yes. Unless anybody else wants to write the blurb.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon votes yes. Representative Abramson. No. Representative Ham.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
17-1.
Would there be a minority report? Okay.
And it's
You-
ITL, is that
What's your motion? Yeah, what would be your motion? Okay, this is 15. Okay. All right, 1028, relative to the form of individual health insurance policies. Oh God, here we go again. I know. Okay. Representative Abramson moves, seconded by Representative Petusek, moves ought to pass, no, excuse me, interim study, interim study. Interim study on 1028. Representative Abramson is recognized to speak to his motion.
So, this was also a Republican platform bill, and it touched on several different planks in the Republican platform. So that was one side of it. The other issue is that rising healthcare costs aren't just taking a lot of money out of our pocket, but our constituents' pockets. Costs have been going up at, I think, 7 or 8 or 9% per year. And we have this, this is a committee where we have to do something about it and really dig into the details of the details in order to figure out how to get costs down. And then the last part was that when I was on the town's budget committee and we were looking at what's driving up our property taxes, by far the number one issue was rising healthcare costs. So I felt that we needed to really dig into this and look at ways to open up healthcare to competition. And so for that reason, I felt that we needed to put more time into healthcare issues and insurance issues, but especially health insurance issues.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion of interim study? Representative Bartlett.
I'm shaking my head because I thought this was going to be your opportunity to talk about Insurance 101.
Yes, we can do that.
I would have a tough time supporting an interim study on this one. I probably will, but I'm not going to like it. I also take issue with the idea that insurance premiums have been going up 7, 8, and 9% per year. We do have Mr. Brennan here with us from the insurance department, and maybe he could speak to the kind of increases that insurance has been.
We'll get that. We'll get that when they get to the study.
Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, I am willing to tolerate this motion in the sense that obviously we have a lot of new members on the Republican side on this committee who really don't have learned why insurance is what it is and how we got here, and understand what the short-term policy was. I mean, it was very nice that Tyler mailed it out to everybody, and I'm sure Representative Abramson read it, what he was sent, and knowing how the short-term policies are de minimis and violate the Affordable Care Act, other than the extent that the Affordable Care Act is tolerated, that it would be a 6-month only, 6 month with, or 3 months with one renewal. Was that what it was? Something like that. But at any rate, if people, it's worth having something to understand why health insurance is what it is, and this is a good vehicle to do that with. Any more discussion on the motion of interim study? Yep, Representative Van Houten.
Thank you. I'm probably going to vote, I will vote for the interim study, although my preference is the ITL. I just have a concern that we represent our entire state and talk about platforms as being a reason to make a vote, regardless of which side you're on. And I just wanted to register that concern. Thank you.
Fair enough. Representative Abel.
Yes, I oppose this bill and I will be voting against it. This is offering insurance that doesn't have adequate coverage, and we should not be doing that.
Okay. Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see this as an opportunity, whether or not short-term insurance is anything anybody wants to buy is immaterial to me, but I see this as being an opportunity to at least begin the discussion of we need something to compete against subsidized insurance.
Okay. Motion clear. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson. Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry. Representative Bartlett.
Reluctantly, yes.
Representative Abel.
No.
Representative Van Houten.
Reluctantly also, yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
No.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
No.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
15-3.
Okay.
Who's going to the minority?
Would there be a minority report? All right.
And it's ITL?
What's your minority motion?
Thank you.
Okay. 11, HB 1162. Where am I? All right, okay. Representative Greason, seconded by Representative Petusic, moves interim study. Representative Greason, recognized to speak to your motion.
There is concern that if somebody receives a vaccine or medication or uses a device of any kind that has not been officially approved by the FDA but is allowed to be used under emergency use authorization, that an insurance company may not cover any adverse reaction or effect to that device or treatment or vaccine or medication. And so this bill was intended to require them to cover any said side effects. I don't think there's comfort, a settledness that actually they will cover it. Supposedly they would. But if we put it to interim study, this gives us an opportunity to at least be able to do a little bit more digging into what exactly insurance companies are required to cover for emergency use authorization, medications, and any effects that might be as a result of that. I think there's a greater problem or risk that goes beyond the scope of this legislation, but at least as far as this is concerned, I think that's the aim of it, and I think we can look into it just to make sure that, yes, indeed, they are covering it, will cover it, and if we need to pass something that requires them, then that would be down the road.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion of interim study? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson. Representative Ham. Representative Acton. Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson. Representative Terry. Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
No.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
And Representative Hunt.
Yes.
17-1.
Okay. All right to put on the consent calendar, Rich?
Sure.
Okay. All those in favor to place on the consent calendar, please say yes.
Yes.
Those who oppose, say no. Okay. So that was 1162. Okay, 1245, relative co-payments for services rendered by a chiropractor. Representative Johnson, she loves her chiropractor, moves interim study. And seconded by Representative Terry. Representative Johnson, would you like to talk about this bill?
Sure. I just feel that we maybe just need to look into this to make sure that we're not overstepping, because I do think it's between the insurance and the doctors, but I want to make sure that we're looking into it in a proper way.
Great. Any more discussion on interim study for 1245? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson. Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo. Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, 1501, relative insurance coverage for pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorders. Okay, yeah, so this, the sunset's not gonna happen for a couple of years, so, I move to, make this bill inexpedient to legislate. Yep. And Representative Bartlett's recognized to speak to our motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A subcommittee came out of this interim study because we did feel that it was important that that the message be sent to anybody in
Oh, you're
the
right, I had,
future.
did I do it wrong? No.
I believe that it was interim study, 6-0.
Changed it to IS.
Okay, I'm sorry. All
Okay,
right.
good. Thank you.
Interim study. Representative Bartlett, second by Representative Hunt, moves interim study. Okay. All right. So, any discussion on the interim study motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson. Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo. Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
18-0.
Consent.
All those in favor of placing it on consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. All right, last but not least. 1580, relative to pharmacy benefit managers. Representative Bartlett,
I'd be
second by
glad to make the
Representative
message
Hunt,
to
moves
ITL.
inexpedient to legislate. Representative Bartlett is recognized to speak to our motion.
Yes, this is something that we have discussed over the years. Things have changed over the last few years, and many of the pharmacy benefit managers are now employees of the insurance carriers. It is an opaque relationship, but I don't think licensing is going to make any difference on whether we can determine the price of drugs.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Clerk votes yes. Representative Abramson. Representative Ham. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry. Yes. Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Can I abstain on this one?
No.
I'm going to vote no.
There you go.
Representative Van Houten.
Yes.
Representative Fargo. Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
16-2.
Okay, the two, you guys consent? Okay, all those in favor of consent, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously, and we are adjourned from our exec session. I need a copy.
Yeah, I gotta find out where we can make a copy. Oh, wait a minute, she can get us a
Yeah,
copy.
yeah.
I want a copy too.
Yeah, good.